Yo! What is good, everybody? How y'all doing? Happy Feedback Friday to you. It's been a minute. What a way to start the year, huh? Back to back, big offline campaigns. Surgery, then a roof. Man, what's next? How you guys been? It's been too long. Have I ever tried Rooibos tea? Is asking Ricky Akimbo. Welcome in, Ricky. And yes, I have. We have a whole cupboard that's just dedicated to tea here. So it's kind of a thing. Let's scroll up and see who's here. Linux, you were first. How you doing, homie? Good to see you. Hope you're doing all right over there. Rukoa, am I saying that right? I hope I'm saying that right. Let me know if I'm not, because I don't like butchering names. Welcome in. I saw in the Discord you are brand new here. Welcome. Regardless of what kind of music you're bringing, we're looking forward to it. We'll give you some honest and frank feedback. Jamie's here. Jamie Music 33 in the chat. What's good? How you doing, homie? Speak Melon's here. Welcome back, homie. Ultimate Computer's here saying, hello, universe. How you doing, Ultimate Computer? Who else is here? Ricky Akimbo. Boke Nero. How you doing, homie? I am doing all right. We have a roof over our head again. There's a roof on the house again. For people wondering why I was offline for so long, we have, I'm in the beautiful Pacific Northwest here, and the reason why it's so beautiful is because it constantly rains, right? Except the summer, when it's super ideal. So anyway, long story short, we lost our roof. And in the middle of this atmospheric river event, and longer story shorter, there was then some attic work that needed to be done and some other stuff after the roof was finally put on the house again. We're back. It's been exhausting. It's been incredibly loud. So much construction sound. But that's over now. It was a lot, you guys. It was a lot. I'm so far behind. Boke Nero saying, I got an ID showcase for you today. Ooh, nice. Looking forward to that. Ugh, Jamie is sick. Hope you get better soon, Jamie. I hate being sick. Ruko is saying, I've been wanting the opinion of a Western producer as my audience is mostly Southeast Asia. Oh, man. Where are you in Southeast Asia? We lived in Thailand for a while, and I miss it dearly. And all the friends and family that we made there. Rokusai is here. Welcome in, Rokusai. Apologies for the silence as I'm reading through the chat here, getting caught up. Rokusai says, OMLab Day and sushi. Best combo. Ooh. Tell us more. What kind of sushi are you about to devour? Ooh. Jamie's saying, low-key, what if I go get some ramen? Yeah, why don't you go get some ramen? Why not? We've got some tea in the house, some sushi. We need some ramen. South Korea, okay. Yeah, Ricky and I had a separate thread going. Man, chat's always busy, right? Yeah. Rooibos tea coming from South Africa. Yeah, Rokusai. Yeah, it's not draining the bank account in that way, but it has just stepped all over my ability to be productive and like maintain a proper schedule and stuff. It's yeah. So it's had a big impact that way, which sucks, but you know, we're moving on. The answer to what kind of sushi is yes. Except crab and lobster. That will kill you. Oh no, yeah, don't eat that. Is it all shellfish or just the crab and lobster for you? Oh, I think. I think we should get started. I don't really have a lot of updates for you guys. I know that I need to swap out the free sound pack on the Discord. So for those of you who are subbed, gotta respect the gazelle. Thank you so much, Nate. Nate, it is good to see you. Ah, I didn't even know you were in here. How are you? 41 months. Man, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. What's Nate saying? I need help coming up with a name that's a mix of neurogenesis, new neurons forming, and your favorite synonym for waveforms. Neuromorph. What about neuromorph? Is what fish dude first? I'm not there yet. Hold on just a second. I'm still in the public lounge. I'm saying hi to my friend Nate. Let's see. Who's up here? If you guys are not following Nate the Sound Ninja and you like really good music and you like video games and good people, go follow Nate. Ooh, audiogenesis is your current thought. I like. Is this for the game? Okay, so anyway, I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted by Nate and his subscribing. I was just about to say that everyone who is currently subscribed to the channel gets a free sound pack every month, and I have not yet swapped out the free sound pack. It's basically been offline. Gotta respect the gazelle. Thank you so much, Zeep. As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted by Zeep Xanthorpe, all those who are subscribed to the channel get a free sound pack, and I still need to swap out the free sound pack for the month. So anyone who is subscribed or subscribing today or whatever is going to get a couple of free sound packs, because that's just the way that the month is going to work out this month. I said month a lot. It's been a month. All right. I think that's really all I have for you for updates. So, where are we here? Where are we? Public feedback. Let's do it. Oh my gosh. It is April 3rd. April 3rd. Let us get here. Fish. And it looks like AD. Album mode. AD. Excuse me. There's another one out. Looks like it might be a complete video. Hopefully we see AD today. Let me turn off the background music. Shall we jump into the fresh stuff? I need to set up a notepad really quick. Where is it? All right. Zen! Gotta respect the gazelle. How you doing, Zendremic? I hope you're well, brother. Let's make that bigger. Maybe just, I don't know, something like that. All right, you guys ready? I think I'm ready. Let's see what Fish made. This is going to be some dreamy aquatic stuff here. Let's dive. This is King of Spades. Yo, Fish, this is just way beyond what you normally do. And now I'm really looking forward to uh, more stuff from you. I mean, I'm sure that you've always had this, uh, we just haven't heard it. Okay, so the addition of strings. Loving the larger orchestration in this one, and then it really starts to build. There's two things in this that are holding it back, in my opinion. The big one, the kind of blaring one, is the big kind of blowout effect that happens when the clipping is taking place, when there's just too much volume and too much activity all at once. There's a couple of things that need to be done, I think. One, proper volume mix, making sure that when you're trying to build on emotional impact, you don't need to feel as though bringing in all of these extra people onto the stage and all of their energy with their instruments isn't enough for some reason, because it is. It is. It's totally enough. Um, the next thing would be the EQ of each one of these instruments, especially in the low end. There's just going to be too much energy overall if you let all of it. Excuse me, I don't know what's going on. I need another sip. So when there's just too much happening in the low end at once from a whole bunch of different instruments, and they're all pretty loud, it's just going to be too much for everything, for the speakers, for the ears, for everything. Um, and there's all this clipping that's taking place. So the audio is just degrading in real time for the listener. So it's kind of this uncomfortable juxtaposition of really, really lovely, and then, oh gosh, what's happening? So bring those levels down, EQ each one of the individual instruments a little bit tighter, right? Um, the busier your arrangement, the more you need to focus on those little things, right? And then they just become really big problems when you don't. Um, the other thing that I think would really help is a little more humanization, especially on the strings, but also a little bit on the piano in the first half of the song before things get all trippy. Um, I just feel like there is this kind of slow ramp up, and that leaves a lot of these individual parts exposed. When the arrangement's really busy and things are near crescendo, you don't notice a lot of the humanization touches on the strings, but you really do when there's a lot less going on in the mix, right? So those are the things that I would mention um, as areas where you can find a good deal of improvement for this. Really, really lovely, lovely composition. I really enjoyed this one. It was good stuff. Oh, there you are. You are here. Good. I look over in the chat and you're here. I was thinking that I was just going to have to paste this in as a thread, but you are here. Good, good, good. Rokusai, in the middle of this track as it was playing, says, Omlab, we sampled Scruffy's Moog 1, his Moog 1 last week. I'm prepping it to go into some Contact and Decent Sampler. Still need some time after post-processing. That's going to be awesome. Zeeb Xanthorpe says Bridgerton vibes in this one. Jamie's saying, oh my God, this is the song that I come back to as well. This is beautiful. Man. Yeah, I think you're painting a picture with this one. You're speaking to people because there's lots of comments in the chat. Truly. Oh, this is your collab song. That's why it's so different. Okay. Yeah. I can put this into a thread for you. Absolutely. Yeah. WMB says, personally, I like quantized orchestras. It gives a very VGM vibe. This was a very beautiful collab me and him cooked up. Well, this is great, man. I love that this is a collab because it means that more of this can happen, and that it's going to evolve over time. Looking forward to hearing more from you guys. Glad you made it back in time. Wait, what? There we go. Ricky says, that was sick. Esser, welcome in. How you doing, Esser? Speak Melon over there clapping in the audience. Jamie's saying, that was gorgeous, bro. But yeah, Ohm's notes are all my thoughts, to be honest. Ultimate Computer saying, that was kind of epic, I must say. But yeah, a bit loud when the power is appearing. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, it'll be up on the VOD, and I'll put it over on the new YouTube too if you want to share it with your collab partner. Yeah, just mind the dynamics, the EQ, wrangle in the loudness around those big peak crescendo moments. Humanize the strings a little bit, in my opinion. Rokusai says, OhmLab, a heavily quantized orchestra is fine, but note overlaps with legatos and ostinatos need to be processed correctly. Yeah. Yeah, there's just a sense of realism that needs to translate in the music that you want to have the emotional impact moments with, because our brains just start to call phooey on things after a certain point. Sometimes we're really quick to make reactive judgments when we're hearing things that are just slightly off, and other times something just kind of grates on us over time, and then we not fully dismiss it, but we kind of move it into the category of like, oh, it was good, but right. So it's like there's just something missing. It's those tiny little changes that can actually keep that in playlist for people. You know what I mean? It's details. It's the little things. Yeah, definitely. Sounds good, Boke. Sounds good. Ooh, two more collabs to hear. Okay. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Okay, cool. So, Rukoa, this one first. Got it. So this is our first feedback here. Looking forward to it. Let's go. Yeah. Rukoa, this is fantastic. This is so good. I love it. There's a little bit of volume mix stuff. Like I think that the hats are sitting at a pretty good place at the end when the mix is really big. But when it isn't in the beginning, um, they're standing out a little bit too prominently. So one thing I would say, just kind of as an overall um, bit of guidance for the track for improvement, because I do think that this is really well made all the way around, is a little bit more active volume automation throughout the track on various instruments. I hear a few that you can call out a little bit more in one spot, and then you can tell that maybe in another spot its resting volume is maybe just a little bit loud for everything that's happening in that moment. So I would listen with a really critical ear and ask yourself the question, not if I can hear everything, because I can hear everything throughout the entirety of the track. Do I need to be hearing this element as loud as I am right now? So this will actually require listening through a few times. And I would suggest listening to the more sparse parts of your arrangement first, so you can kind of identify the the easier ones first, because the outliers are going to be the ones that require a little bit more kind of nuanced judgment after you've already made those larger adjustments. But this is great. This is really fantastic. I think your palette of sounds that you're working with is super awesome. You've captured magic. It's great. Quite lovely. People are loving this in the chat too, by the way. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. If we have time, we can swoop back up and listen to the second one. Yeah, how many people are in the queue right now? We'll probably get to that. Ricky Akimbo. Oh yeah, we started early, didn't we? We started early today. You know what? Let's just listen to the second one right now, and then we'll listen to Ricky. Um, yeah, I figured we would have some extra things today, so we started a little early. I expect to go a little late today, maybe like an hour or so. Ricky, hang tight. We're going to listen to this one really quick. This is Neverland chiptune version. Let's listen. Okay, this is so good. Such a good song. It's a bit loud for the genre. I'd bring that down. I think the starting loudness that we hear at the very beginning of the track is a kind of a good peak loudness for this thing, honestly. Also, if you use a bit crush in a parallel fashion in on these synths that you've got in this first section, I think it'd be easier to blend and kind of push the limits over time in the music. Um, right now, the way that it is affecting the entirety of the sound at all times is kind of limiting in the way that the noise is kind of presenting as more forward in some moments and not as much in others. And you can make adjustments for that if you send um, your synth to an auxiliary track and you're affecting it there and only sending the wet back into the mix from that auxiliary channel. 125, I feel like the ARP and the pad can come down a good bit, maybe 6, 8 dB each, and make room for the lead here. And I think that this is just kind of a little call out moment of an example of moments or opportunities to look out for like this in your music. Anytime that you can reduce something by a fair bit, and it's going to not hinder or negatively impact our feelings or perception of those sounds, um, and other sounds are currently leading or soloing in that moment, then we should it's like the responsible decision to do, right? Because if you imagine that all of these different instruments are actually being powered by humans on a stage and they all have to get along and cooperate and perform with each other all the time, then the guy laying down the chords probably should come down a little bit while this other guy's trying to solo. You know what I mean? So when you start to put some kind of human feelings behind the sounds that you're mixing, you might start to make slightly different decisions. And that can have kind of a human effect on how everything translates in the music, too. 135, just too loud in the low end. I think the plosive nature of the sub and the kick is too dominant for the sprightly 8-bit nature of the rest of the mix. So I would remove a lot of those frequencies, not just from the kick, but also any of the mid range and lower instruments that you have that have a big low end. You could probably tame that with a shelf. And just use your judgment. I'm not going to give you like a specific number to roll it down by. But I would say bring the low end cutoff on your track in general up to 55 hertz, 6 dB per octave cut there. And I think that that'll probably feel a little bit less heavy and bloated down low when you get rid of some of those sub frequencies. Um, this is great. This is great. I hope we keep hearing more from you because both of these tracks have been fantastic. Absolutely. Zeal and Ardor, welcome in. Happy Friday. Saying this is all sorts of bubbly. Nate perked up for this one. Ah, yes, the chiptunes. Caballo. Caballo is here. How you doing, homie? Oh, man. Ultimate Computer. Looking for his SoundCloud. He needs to subscribe. Rokusai pulls up in his spaceship, sirens blaring, emergency lights flashing. Jeez, I will have to write a loudness ticket on this one. I was just about to eat my black hole donut, damn it. Oh, that's Rokusai speak for, you got to turn this one down. You got to turn this one down. Okay, Ricky. Ricky. It is you. I hope you're doing well over there. This one is called Black and Suburbia, Master 16. Here we go.
You can't make me think I'm crazy. No, you hate the real
expect the Zell.
It don't get lonelier than this. But can I please go back to my bedroom? Yeah, I know you hate me. Don't just deny it, we know the truth. Can't make me think I'm crazy. No, you hate the real me, you hate the person I'm trying to be. Because it only lies with what's in your mind. Already I've been doing fine without your thoughts, without your input. I must take a look in the mirror and see that you're no different to me. We're just the black kids in suburbia. In suburbia.
Yo, Ricky, dude, you have, oh man, you are getting so good over there. You are getting so good. You're just killing it over there. Okay, this has like some real legit radio quality feels to it. The main vocal, up to the point of 221, where I think there's just kind of this tipping point in the music, so your delivery is there. You know what I'm saying? The main vocal, I feel, can be pushed just a little bit more to sit fully atop the mix throughout. Just kind of trust in it that it is right because it feels good. It's so close. It needs to be just a little bit more and a little bit more writing to keep it there. And then I think from 220 onward is good. Bass down, I think. Just moving on to the other stuff. I think bass comes down like 6, maybe even 8 dB, and then use some automation to kind of make sure that it's peaking when it needs to for impact. But otherwise, just let it support this whole thing and then bring the drums up a little bit. And like Roku Sai is saying, spread them out in the stereo field just a little bit. And I want just a little bit of like tube saturation on there or something to make sure that we're getting just a little bit more from the cymbals and from the rims and the toms. There should be just a little bit more ring in general. So pushing the saturation just a little bit on them and then spreading them just a little bit so we can hear a little bit more of the room, right? The space that you're in. And then I think now you've got that kind of power balance to really be in alignment with your vocals and all that energy from 2 minutes onward in this track when it's just, really good song, dude. Really good song. I bet I have not scrolled back up through the chat yet, but I have a feeling that there's probably a lot of comments here. New Zealand Ardor has a good comment here. It's such an interesting place between pop punk and compressed core production. Super fun vibe. Yeah. Jamie saying, dude, this is tough. Nate saying, ooh, I'm into this. Sonicscape is here. Hey, thank you for the sub, homie. Appreciate you. Jamie saying the snare's a little too dry. I'd give it just a little reverb and it would smack. Yeah, I think that's part of that's part of my feedback too. I feel like it just wants a little more room, more presence. Zealand Ardor says that snare is so polite, but I'm kind of into it. Oh man. Ultimate Computer saying back in my green days. The timing of the gazelle was perfect, right, Nate? Right? It was like a fill. That was so good. That was so great. Speak Mellow likes that. Zendremic likes that. Yeah. Jamie thinks this was just gorgeous. Good job. Getting the Wilhelm scream vibes from this is the best way. In the best way. Oh, Rokusai saying, hey, Ricky, if the drum plugin has a room mic fader, use that. Otherwise, yes, a reverb can do that. Make sure to dial in a pre-delay on the reverb to make your transient still stand out. Also, if you can bust out separate tracks from the plugin, give each drum a different amount, send toward the reverb. Yeah, that is a really good way to shape the overall ambience that you're getting off that thing. Yeah. Cool. All right. On to the next, right? Very good. Very good, Ricky. Really, really good energy. Linux, it is you. Let us listen. This is Techno, unreleased. Let's go. Dude, this is so good. Linux this is so good. I want this to be part of an album. Like, I don't want, like, I can easily hear elements of that, like, used as a segue into another epic track. Dude, I want to hear more. That is a nasty squelchy filter. I agree. I agree with Rokusai. This is a fantastic track, Linux. A really good rumble. This music just deserves some abstract, mind-bending video on a large screen overhead in a dark club. That's what I'm thinking. That pitch shift in there. And I'm very tempted to know what a nested reverb would sound like around 303, this kind of minimal breakdown moment. Right? Just to hear some kind of big splashy verb kind of taking it on. 333, the squelchy lead, I feel like if you wanted to, you could just keep pushing that and pushing it and let it just build up into this kind of feedback reverb thing that just kind of ends and you're back in the mix. 4 minutes. Yes. This new lead mallet guy, this is great. I feel like there's an opportunity here to play with time in some clever or abstract delay schemes. In the outro there. I totally hear that spilling into another track too. Or just like a never-ending set, you know what I mean? Man. Oh, Rokusai. Zeal and Harder says, sounds like a club they won't let me into. Cool. Oh, man. Yeah, Linux, this is great, dude. It's so good. So good. Zeep, it is you. Oh, wait, where am I? Where am I even typing right now? There we go. A little bit of rust after not doing this for a month, huh? This one's called One More Night from Zeep Xanthorpe. Oh, and also, we've got a bunch of stuff in the queue, I think, from Boke. Yeah, in my DMs. I'll pop over there after the Zeep track and see what time you put those in there. Let's go. This one's One More Night.
In the chaos of my mind, I'm still reaching for the light. I can't leave the past behind now that it's over. So I lose myself into the unknown. Don't want to let you go. This is my last call. I need one more night with you to get me through. One last chance to break my heart into. One more night with you to get me through. One last chance to break my heart into. One more night with you to get me through. One last chance to break my heart into. One more night with you to get me through. One last chance to break my heart into. Everything
All right. Dude, just really good, really, really, really good energy and really good production on this. Your timing of your modulation schemes to line up with your drum fills and stuff, your vocal processing, all of it being in alignment is so tight. You're spending the right amount of time on the right things, dude. It's great. An opportunity to stagger the synths more in the intro exists, I think. And the benefit of doing something like that is you're going to call out the individual sounds a little bit more and allow us to appreciate, like, what exactly are the components of the soundscape that we're hearing here, right? So, like, allowing things to kind of arrive, right? Loudness down a bit. I think that if we were to look at this waveform here, right? It's pretty peaking throughout. And I think that, if this was like just a club banger, fine, but it's not. It's got a fair bit of emotional arc, and like you want some goosebumps in a couple of spots here, right? So I do kind of touch on that here. Loudness down a bit. The limiting is pretty fierce. I think the sides kind of overtake the vocals right in the middle, uh, throughout in various different spots. Part of it is the bass. Some of it is the kind of mid-high crunch on um, synths. I think that all of your sounds are super nasty, and I think that we are not having a problem hearing any of your sounds at all in the mix. I think the next step in evolution for you is probably listening with a really critical ear and cutting away, not removing, but just cutting away where you can. Loudness, position, not anything affecting the timbre or the sound design or anything like that. We're talking just presence basically, and where that presence is in the mix. And the reason I say that is because there's several different points in this track where, man, there's a lot of really good stuff happening. And the stuff that is in the lead in that moment, they're not necessarily like in competition with everything else because nothing is like working against it, but other elements could be supporting it better if they weren't as present in that same exact moment. Now, there's a lot of rapid change happening in the music too, right? So this would actually just require more volume automation, is really what it is, right? Because there would have to be multiple things happening in tandem throughout the mix, again and again, right? Kind of like what you already have. So I would go through this a couple more passes and just listen with a really critical ear and ask yourself, like, hey, what can I bring down where? Um, and I think that you'll find that you've got a ton of opportunity for spotlighting and accenting everything, um, just simply by removing loudness of certain elements here and there throughout the mix. Really great vocal stutter at 210. Just really good alignment all the way around. The timbres that you're working with are super solid, um, and your timing is great. It's really good stuff, dude. Sonicscape, did you miss you? No, I don't think so. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. Please judge me. You suck. Install Fortnite. I might, depending upon what Chris thinks. Oh my gosh, the power. Zeep, you are welcome. This is good stuff, man. Oh man. Ultimate Computer. I'm gonna put you on hold for just one moment. I'm gonna go check the timestamp on what Boke sent me. Oh, we got a little bit. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This is just music this time. We've got a little mixer here. Ooh. There's actually 11. You've got 5 to share. Okay, cool. Hey, can we sprinkle these out a little bit? Can we like oh wait, Rokusai is saying OMLab Sonicscapes track is way above from a few weeks ago. Oh. Okay. So you're early, baby. Yeah, I bet there probably is stuff in the queue. I didn't even scroll up to see what was going up in the queue while I was offline. We'll go find that. We'll go find that. Boke, how about we sprinkle these a little bit? How about we listen to one and we go and we listen to a couple from there and we come back and we listen and spread these out a little bit. I'm excited. Can even watch the private feedback. I submitted a video of the project and levels. Okay, cool. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, so Boke is usually bringing in tons of sound design as well as music. So this is kind of just a music treat this week. This is great. And a couple of these are finished. Okay. Well, hey, yeah, let's listen to some.
And it goes like this, and it goes like that, that. And it goes like this, and it goes like that, that. And it goes like this, and it goes like that, that. And it goes like this, and it goes like that, that.
Oh.
And it like this, and it like that, that. And it goes like this, and it goes like that, that. And it goes like this, and it goes like that, that.
Oh, hard lap. I mean, Boke Nero. Oh, oh, man. Uh, mm. I mean, seriously, you know, like, mm, Boke. Have you just been working on collabs for the last month? I feel like you've just been nonstop over there. And no sound effects this time through. So does that mean that you've had a bit of a break and you've been able to just kind of focus on the bops, or were you just wanting to share music today? 4 collabs. You do got SFX. um, yeah. Hey, if you want to, I'm sure we'll probably have time. We can swoop back and listen to more of you in a bit. Yeah. Why don't you rustle up some stuff, and I'll come over here and we'll find this next one. Just someone give him the Nobel Beat Prize already. Oh, we love you, Boke. You're amazing. A Sonicscape. We need to judge him. Yes, we do. Sonicscape posted something. Hold on tight. I'm so sorry, Ultimate Computer. Coming right back to you. I need to go up to what now? To where is it? Help me out here. Oh yeah, we where is it? Where is it? Where is it? No, this cannot be right. March 24th. Hmm. There's some good stuff in here that I missed and I need to go back and listen to, it looks like. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's just sitting here right in the middle. Okay. Ultimate Computer. We got to do something for Ultimate Computer. Ultimate Computer, since you've been paused twice today, can you just do me a favor? Can you go to my website and pick out a pack of some kind and shoot me a DM of the name of that pack that you want? Just pick something out. Tomba. Shall we? Newest version of this. First render was really quiet. Was listening for weird EQ. So, okay. This is called Touch Me. Let's listen. Um, I'm just not quite sure about the clap at the end. No, this is a great track, dude. This is a great track. The crunch on the synth in the beginning of this track is just like everything while you're listening to it. Bring the pad down just a touch though in that intro, I think. Maybe like a subtle transition effect to help that first bass note land. It felt a little weird having it end with such abruptness, that first bass note, right? And like we're used to it by the second, third note, but the beginning is so floaty that it felt like truncated. You know what I'm saying? So hear me out here. If there was a subtle little transition effect that landed when the first bass note does to kind of intro it, that has just a little bit of its tail hanging over the end of where that bass note ends, I think it'd be kind of a way to soften the corner, if you will. That clippy percussion, it sounds like scissors almost, which is super awesome, by the way, especially with the alignment of the vocal sample. It's super awesome. There's a lot of little details in this track that I really appreciate. The bass arp can come down a little bit, and I also think that you can roll up the low end on that guy just a little bit. Just a little bit more. Keep it at a 6 dB per octave curve, so it's gentle, but bring it up, bring it up. I have a feeling that it's like sitting around like 60 hertz or something. I think you could probably bring it all the way up, maybe like 120 or something, and see how that feels. I love how modular and weird this track starts to feel. There's this single hat note that's reversed that stops the hi-hat sequence. I like that. All these tiny little nuanced things. It's nice to hear you like channeling so much energy into all of this. I can tell that you feel your level ups. Like you're not thinking the same ways as you're producing. It's like you've been liberated in a way. That's really nice to hear. That's really nice to hear. You can do things with the reverb channel for that breathy vocal. You can modulate it a little bit. You can play with what's happening presence-wise in the stereo field with it. Several different things could happen with that breathy vocal reverb channel. Watch the resonance on the reverberated ARP there towards the end, and just really lovely soup. Like at the end, it's just a lovely pot of soup. It really is. The outro ARP is a little hot. It's a little hot. You're feeling more experimental now. That's good. That's good. Ooh, Boke has some more sound effects. We'll get to those, dude. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Yeah, sure. I can send these to you. All right. Now, we were down here with Ultimate Computer. Ultimate Computer did you go pick something out? I do like it, Sonic'scape. I really do. Rokusai is saying, speaking of ARPs, OMLAB, should I do it? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. What are we talking about? What? What are we talking about here? Let's see. Oof. I mean, you're asking us? You send us this porn and then you ask us if you should do it? Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Probably. Yeah, probably. Oh, Boke, yes. Yes, absolutely. Let me listen to Ultimate Computer here. I will listen to your sound effects. Absolutely. Ultimate Computer saying the loudness at the first part is a bit too much. I tried Ozone Elements 11 free on it, and it did maximize it a bit much, I realize. This track is meant to be some mind fading illustration, something like that. I have to work on that, on what it represents. I'm still not sure about the title still. Okay. This is What Remains, Kinda Mastered. Let's listen. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I think this is nice. I think there's a couple things going on mix wise here that you can look at. The bass can come down a little bit. I feel like it's kind of driving some loudness that's just unnecessary in the track. And music like this, it's good to get a little lean in energy, right? You want people to kind of, explore the music a little bit. You want them to lean in and really feel these things. And when it's really loud, when it's a little bit too forward, it's not as inviting, right? Um, ARP down for the lead. I think that when that ARP comes in, that's great. But you know what? Maybe it's brought up and it's got this peak and it holds the peak for a couple of bars and then it just kind of slowly starts to come down over the next 16 bars or dozen bars or whatever it is before the lead gets there. So that way it doesn't feel like there's this big jump or anything. It's more like this, I've arrived and now we're just kind of settling into our position. And so it's got a nice long decay on that. Room for the lead when it lands. I think the drums can use a little variation over time. They felt a little loopy after a while, so just a few fills perhaps. They can be really subtle and intelligent. They don't have to be big and boomy with big tom runs or anything like that. They can be very subtle. Love the theme and movement in the synths. I think you're pretty close on this one. But I do think that once you adjust that bass down and you bring that ARP down for when the lead comes in, I think the whole mix will feel a little bit more balanced. Um, yeah, you could absolutely add some movement in the bass. I mean, to me, everything can use a little movement in music like this. There is, there are types of music where, additional movement is not required in the instruments and how they're being presented. But this type of music, absolutely. Anything that you like intentionally focus on as a listener and listen to that one element over time, there should be a journey involved in this type of music, right? So if you're listening to hi-hats or perks, right, there's probably like a subtle filter on them, right? And if there's a beat in the background, right, there's little fills, there's tiny little variations throughout. When there's your bass synth, right, there's probably a couple things happening. There's probably subtle filter movement with a little bit of resonance, as long as you're not going too far down in the cutoff. We're only talking about the top half of the frequencies here, right? So that resonance is moving around just a tiny little volume accent point, right? Because that's just a tiny little volume peak in an EQ that's moving around, right? And then the other thing that you can do with that is saturation, right? So if you slowly and gently swell saturation over time, and maybe that swell takes 8 bars or something to actually occur, to go up and come back down, in that time, how many filter sweeps have occurred, right? And how many moments of unexpected whatever have happened as different frequencies have commingled, just because of those two very simple modulation schemes on that one bass synth, right? So now, as someone has intentionally decided to listen to that element over time, they're rewarded because there is change over that time that they're tuning into it, right? So it was worth their listen. And now they're thinking to themselves, gosh, everything that I listened to in this track like changes over time. It's like a fractal. It's like the whole thing is alive or something. That's when you know your mix is really pumping, right? Like you've really got this whole thing going. Next thing is you just need to find the balance with the volume levels and whatnot. So bring that bass down just a little bit and ARP down for the lead. Keep the movement in there. It's all really good stuff. It feels good. Rokusai is saying, speaking of modular, I haven't seen Uncle Chrome in here a while. Yeah, I think last time we streamed, he was in for like half an hour or so, saying that he was getting his next Blippity Bloop Theater ready. He's been doing some mod work on a stream on Fridays, if I remember correctly, on YouTube for someone. Can't remember who off the top of my head. But yeah, I think there's a reason for it. If I remember correctly, I think that's what it is. I think. Oh yeah, Rokusai says, tremolo flangers, yeah. Yeah, I have tremolos on everything. Like if I've got something in a track and I'm not sure what kind of movement needs to be added to it, like 9 times out of 10, if there isn't something that jumps to mind immediately, I'm already reaching for either a filter or a tremolo because the tremolo is going to automate a volume automation for me, right? Um, and the auto filter is going to create some filter movement. So one way or the other, we're going to get some presence change. Okay, so let's dip back and we're going to listen to these sound effects from Boke Nero and jump back into this queue here. Oh, you want that in a thread? You bet. You bet. There you go. All right, let's see what Boke has cooked up. Yeah. Okay, first one saying, did cool sound effects for this counter. Wow, wicked decapitation. Okay, it's like you sat there and were asking yourself, okay, now what would Chris say was missing in every single one of these? And then you added it. There was so much environmental presence in each one of these, the broken glass, like all of the things, all of the feeling of velocity with the wind change and direction change with guys flying through the air. So many little details, dude. This is fantastic. I don't think there's anything missing in that whole sequence. That was really good. Yeah, dude. Okay, next one. Corruption sound effects. Even the owner didn't really know what this is. Either way, I had lots of fun. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's very colorful for corruption. Right. Yeah, that's super dope. I like that. All right, first part is a counter, second part is spawn animation sound effects. Had lots of fun. Yeah.
残念です。時間外労働です。
Okay, the swirling red portal thing, that could have had like a little bit more of like a whoosh, 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 kind of a thing under it probably. I think that might be honestly like the first element that I've seen that didn't have like a more like fully featured sound representing it. Dude, you've really learned how to zero in on a scene. This is great. These are good appears. Yeah, each one of these character arrivals is pretty good. You could have, like, I mean, this is video games, so I think all of these are pretty spot on for the platform. In a more cinematic situation, like I would say more of like a velocity curve, like on the horns and stuff like that. Wow, as they're appearing. This is great. It's good. It's a good use of noise and synthesis. It's really good, dude. Really good. And I like that you've really focused a lot on your thematic uh, incorporation, right? Like you're representing, well, like I said with the first set of sound effects in the first video, you're representing everything in the environment, in the scene, and the theme really, really well. That's good stuff, dude. I really don't have much for you on these. That's really good. The horns do add so much. I think the chainsaw characters, anytime that you add an orchestral element to something that's highly synthetic, everything changes, right? Especially when you're talking like hero and villain type dynamics, because it's just it's like a super powerful juxtaposition, and like that full throatedness that comes from that kind of low range bass. Like you're already teetering on a Brahm there. Like it's really resonating. It's really resonating. It's good stuff. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, this is definitely a bad guy. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. Ultimate Computer. You too had some really good stuff, sir. Hate Core, it is now your turn. Boke, you bet, dude. Of course. Always love hearing what you're up to, dude. Love having you in the mix, dude. Hate Core's here with something called Pretty. Let's listen. Don't forget, if you are currently subscribed to the stream, you have free sound effects waiting for you, or free sounds waiting for you on the Discord. Just hit subscriber rewards. Yeah, dude. Hey, Core. Okay, obviously some sort of level up has occurred. This is rad. This is so good. I'm so happy for you. The subtle texture growing slowly and subtly in the background until it just overtakes everything is so good. If there was a very small, like subtle transition effect to help that delivery, like a gentle whoosh type effect filtered down with a low velocity sub boom hit, right? Like just a little 149. Super wicked texture and tension, and just a very cool effect for the listener to go through, especially with headphones. Having it feels like some sort of like a tube or something uh, going around us. It's just hard to even begin to describe. It's a very visceral experience, and it's very cool. Um, and you didn't ever go past the tipping point, right? You're like right on the edge of it being too much at a couple of points, and it never goes over. So bravo. Really menacing, really hypnotic. And it's like one of these slow moving horrors that you can't turn away from because it's just so dang interesting, right? Like, what is this? What is this monstrosity? I mean, I guarantee you people will listen to this more than once just to see if they can figure out what it is. Like to try to they don't need to figure out what it was because it's not something that you recorded, right? It's something that you created, but they're going to try and put words to it because they're feeling it. You know what I mean? It's very visceral. It's really cool. Very good stuff. Rokusai says, Omlab, this has been his best work I've heard from him since he's joined. This is awesome. It's quite loud, but from an arrangement and sound design perspective, big clap. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think that the thing that probably seemed like it was getting skipped right over there was the quite loud, but from an arrangement and sound design perspective, big clap. The quite loud part. If you were to bring this down just a little bit, you know what happens? We really got to lean in, especially in the beginning. Especially in the beginning when we're like, what is that texture? What is that sound? Is that like scratching or something? But then by that point, we've already leaned in enough and it's too late. Like we are already your captor. You know what I'm saying? Or wait, prisoner, not captor. We're your we're your captive audience is what I'm trying to say. It's really good. Yeah, Zeal and Ardor is saying it's almost delicate despite it being harsh. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So the other thing that I would say here is I think there is a way for you to lessen some of the low end, like the lowest frequencies that are being disrupted and disturbed. I think there's a way for you to lessen that presence just slightly. And what that would do would make it a little more tolerable throughout, right? Because there is this there's this kind of fatiguing nature to it at this loudness, right? So back off the loudness just a little bit, and then bring some of those lowest frequencies down just a little bit, right? And I think it's going to be a little less harsh for people. And like Zeal and Ardor is saying, like it's almost delicate, right? So people will spend the time, even though it's bumping up against their ears in an almost kind of uncomfortable way for a lot of people. It's too mysterious. They're too curious to escape. You know what I'm saying? That's some good stuff right there. That's good stuff. Boke, yeah, this is absolutely a VOD. All of them are. And then I moved them over to YouTube because Twitch changed their rules a while back saying that you can only have so much video on the platform anymore. So everything gets moved over to a new YouTube channel. So if you haven't gone over there yet, go do that and click the buttons and whatnot. And that way you'll get notified when it goes live. I'll put it up later today. All that stuff's free over there. WNB. De nuovo. What is this? Let's see. Oh, and look at that, Zindremic. Thanks, dude. Welcome back, Jamie.
Once again.
All right. Dude, there is so much happening here. This is cool. The big intro effect can come down a bit, I think, maybe like half the volume ish, something like that. Try and make it feel like half the velocity anyway. A little more gentle would feel more inviting. Love the ambience cooking right after that. Super welcoming, disarming, yet lots of anticipation. All these long reversals, these suckbacks really add to the tension. Interesting timbres and commingling happening at 1:30. 3 minutes in, just the layering and the constant juxtaposition and what that has created, right? It's like I feel like WNB, you've been crafting your own genre, like honing in on it, I should say, for a while now. But this feels a little bit more uh, gelled in some way throughout than some of your other stuff where you're attempting very similar things. Um, I'm trying to put my finger on exactly what it is, but I think it's a combination of different intentions, honestly. Um, I can feel your production knowledge catching up with your production desires, right? Like all the things that you've been wanting to make work, that you're figuring out ways for it to mechanically all come together, which is really nice to hear. 341, I feel like the EQ should be tighter as you build into this larger cinematic ensemble. So where prior to these moments here, halfway through the song, there was less happening. You could get away with more by allowing more of the individual sounds out into the wild to play with each other. But now you can't, right? Now you've got new things that have been introduced and they're big and they're wild. And you already had a busy ecosystem. So what needs to happen is the EQ needs to get tighter on everything. So the low end and the mid lows need to become a lot more managed overall. And just remember that, especially in the lower frequencies, all of that signal strength just kind of adds up over time. So making sure that you're restricting those lowest frequencies, and I'm saying lowest by, let's say, anything under 150. Like let's just keep that space protected and only occupied by the elements that are deep percussion and sub bass inducing, and everything else can basically have that stuff removed or greatly attenuated to some degree when you get to this level of arrangement, right? When you've got this many things at play. And then when things dissipate a little bit in a mix that's been this really big, you can relax some of that EQ hold that you have on some of your sounds. And that will be felt too, right? So all of that is part of this emotional tension and release. So something else to consider as you're kind of continuing to level up in all these different directions. Okay, so cinematic sounds. If you are bringing in cinematic sounds to your music and not just creating them, remember that a lot of folks, that when they are producing these sounds, they're making them very loud. But in the cinematic world, when you're bringing elements into your timeline, you're bringing everything way down because there's broadcast standards that you need to adhere to. So none of those things are expected to be played at that volume because everything is going to be inflated in more ways through more processing. So just as a small aside, like when you're bringing those types of sounds in, make sure you're bringing them down immediately. And then the other thing is, if you're making them yourself, you're in control of all of the everythings, right? The reverb, the distortion, all of that. And that gives you that gives you so much more control than bringing in sounds from an outside source. So you can actually build the type of impact that you want without a lot of the frequencies that are already present in your mix, right? That could be kind of problematic, right? So if you are building something custom, make sure that you're taking the time to look at the EQ of what is in your mix and what you're trying to add to it, and figure out, how can I align these, right, in this one moment. And oftentimes it's going to be an arrangement solution, right? It's going to be a succession of some things. You're not going to do something in order for this other thing to really stand out, right? So some of it will be EQ and some of it will just be placement. But those are those bigger sounds that are colliding with your other sounds. I think these all kind of need to be dealt with through volume and EQ. Well, EQ is volume, right? Field recording of the birds, just general curiosity. Did you leave anything under 1K in that? Because in that really big moment, the only thing that's going to cut through in that mix are the actual chirps. So anything under that would just be bloat for your project. 509, really big moment, lots happening, and more bold volume mixing to meet the music where it's heading. So just more volume automation, and probably right where you already have it in most cases. It's just going to be a little bit more, right? And maybe flexing some curves instead of some linear paths on some of that automation that you've clicked in there. And then again, if you're bringing something down in automation, maybe just bring it down a few more dB. Or if you're bringing something back up, maybe it goes up just a little bit more. Everything else comes down a little bit more, right? Just be a little bit more bold in those themes. And then that is how you arrive at those slightly more cinematic feeling moments in a soundscape, right? Because cinematic is always super dramatic, right? Which means big changes from one moment to the next, right? So, yeah. Very good stuff. Yeah, people are really liking this, especially the timing and the overall vibe. Jamie saying, dude, this is super dope, super wonderful job. WB saying, hey, this is a collab between me and DJ Mile High Club. Nice. Yeah, I like that it's this ambitious. I do. Yeah, Rokusai, you're right. Yeah, it is dumb. And it's like part of it is to meet the drag and drop content producers where they are. Like a lot of it is because of that. And then I think the rest of it is just loud producers wanting to get into releasing other types of stuff as they mature. Oh yeah, in fact, I'll just put this into a thread for you, dude. That way you don't even have to do that. There you go. Now you can keep it forever. Kata, the catbot. Kata, the catbot. It is time. Kata saying, I added Tarot style sound design to one of my songs I've been working on for a long time. This one's called More Than You Know. Okay, Keita, this is your next big level up. I can feel it. You've got a really great track here, but it's being squished all heckin' back by compression. And I think it's just needing to understand exactly how the signal flow is actually occurring and why the effect that we're hearing is what you're hearing. And everything comes back to the fact that your plugins have no idea what you're doing. They have no idea what kind of music is going through them or what your intention is or what your desired output is or any of that. All they know is signal strength, right? And a compressor especially, all it knows is to keep an eye on this threshold that you just dialed in. And as soon as a signal hits that threshold, everything else that you put on those dials, all those other parameters, come into effect immediately. Right. And what does a compressor do? It reduces the volume automatically, right? Because the signal just exceeded a threshold. So what's happening is you've got some really big peaks and you've got your compressor really clamped down. So as soon as the peaks hit the threshold, boom, it brings down the volume. And as long as those big peaks remain, the volume's going to stay way down here. And then as soon as the big peaks go down, volume goes back up. Right? Because the compressor is there to help keep errant or erroneous or mistaken peaks or peaks that are just kind of getting away from you just a little bit, trying to keep those down. It's a tool that's meant to just constantly just bring down the level just kind of slightly on a mixing board so someone doesn't have to sit there and do it, right? So when you start to think of a compressor that way, it starts to seem almost kind of silly that we send so much through it all at the same time. And then ask it to reduce by that much and all that, especially when there's other things in play already involving compression, like ducking, right? The sidechain compression effect. So here's what I would recommend. Bring down the loudness a little bit in the beginning. We're going to just back off a lot of compression. I would then focus on the ducking, the sidechain compression. I would make sure that each individual element in your mix that you're wanting to duck in volume over time gets its own compressor with its own settings that are applicable and relevant to the individual sound. So it all sounds very organic, and allow those things to be varied a little bit over time. It doesn't always need to cut into the sound as much over time. There are definitely spots in this song where a deeper sidechain effect feels a little bit better than others. And when you're paying attention to that, you can just make that adjustment in your compression settings. At 1 minute, this is where we're hearing the big compression problem, right? Part of this also, it seems, has to do with the use of the stereo field as well. There's some panning stuff happening here as well. I would focus on the loudness stuff first, the compression stuff first, and then focus on the other stuff probably at a different time or a different track. But let's back off all the compression. Make sure you're using batch processing, which means that you're now going to think about using compression on groups of sounds that are similar. Instead of just putting the compressor on the whole thing, we're just now going to put them on little groups of things, right? So maybe you've got a couple of ARPs. You can put both ARPs into that compressor, right? Maybe you've got some pads and like a little counter melody thing or something like that. They're all pretty, similar. You can put those through together, right? Your bass, the big thing here is the bass. Keep your drums separate, right? And now bring all of those things that have now been compressed on their own and mixed on their own, and now bring those guys into alignment in their own lanes now. And I think that you'll find that you've got way more clarity, and your bass levels aren't affecting the level of everything else in your mix, and everything is independent from one another. And now it's probably going to start to feel like, wow, this is what I've been wanting from my music, right? So that's what I got for you. Speakmill is saying, ooh, yum, 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 yum. And Jamie. Rokusai is saying, these reverbs need a little bit of pre-delay. They're masking and phasing with your stabby synths just slightly. Yeah, Jamie's saying, I feel like the guns need a little more high to have the impact that you're going for. Rokusai, he's pretty kind and diplomatic about the whole thing. He just says, fuck compressors. Jamie says, I maybe have one compressor per track, if at all. Rokusai saying, if I use compressors, it's usually on group buses where things need to gel, or on vocal or synth, make it sit in a pocket. Pro tip, if you don't know what something is, it needs, if something, it needs a compressor. Oh, if you don't know if something needs a compressor, it doesn't. It needs transient shaping or enveloping or automation usually. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. And Kata, since I don't see you in the chat right now, I'm just going to put this into a thread for you so you don't miss out on this. And feedback on everything else, just like aside from the compression stuff, you had a really great track. You had a really great track. So bring it back. Bring it back. Jamie. Let's do this. Jamie's here saying this track is one, it's going to be in the album I'm dropping next week, and it's kind of a personal track, so I really tried my hardest to capture the raw emotion that inspired the song. And two, little dub remix here. Oh, okay, so these are two different things. I see. I gotcha. I gotcha. Okay, so I'm going to click on this first one here. All right. This one's from Jamie. Will it play for me? Why is it not playing? Hold on just a second. What's going on here? Let's try reloading this. Hey, oh, there we go. We're good. Wait, what just happened there? What just happened there? Let me listen. All right. Sorry, I can't type and talk the same way. Jamie, there is a weird plosive effect happening with the snare in this. If you listen to the second half of this track, kind of during this kind of come down phase here. Yeah, it's hard to put words to. Rokusai, maybe you can help me out with this. But it does feel like there might be, it could be flip polarity. Yeah, actually, yeah, that might just be exactly what it is. Let me just sit here and try and get all flubbered up by trying to describe polarity. Yeah, let's just flip that and see if that feels better. Thank you. Really lovely track. I think that the other thing that kind of stands out to me in this is in regards to the quality of the listening experience. I'm not sure why it keeps throwing up this little cookie thing, this audio tool site right now, but it's like it's hurting itself. It's working too hard. All right. So two things are going on with this piano, and I think that it's worth making note of because it's kind of what everything else is circling around in this track, right? The first thing is that it is taking up a lot of space, and I'm wondering, do you have control over that reverb? Because when it's on its own, it's fine that it takes up that much space, but when it's not, then it shouldn't, because other things are trying to make it through all of that. And it kind of translates as just extra when it isn't needed. The other thing with the piano is small, just really subtle variations would go a long way. They don't have to be clever, but intelligent would be good. I know it's funny that we use these words, right? Just tiny little variations, something that if you're really tuned into the piano sequence over time, you're going to notice it, right? Because you're breaking expectation here and there instead of just allowing the loop to repeat, right? But maybe it's just an every 2-bar thing or something like that. You just add one small little variation or embellishment in the order in which the notes are presented or whatever. Just very small fills. Let's just see what other people are saying in the chat here. Rokusai saying that piano part can have a little bit less. Oh, it can have a little bit of melodic embellishments. It feels a bit like a loop. Oh, he's saying the same thing I am. Unless it is, if not, some slight little notes in between the chords can fill the space. Make sure you don't go for repeating patterns, but pushing for changes among the general chord progression. Yeah, I think that's where your music starts to sound rich, right? Where you're not repeating, you're constantly adjacent or around, right? It's this kind of cyclical kind of pursuit, right? Something good. You are here. Happy Friday. How you doing, homie? Happy Easter to you and to everyone else if you're celebrating. Rokusai says the stereo kick is a bit too wide. Same with the snare. There is a widener on it seems. It takes away from the clarity and the punch of your main driving groove. Yeah, whatever it is on the kick and the snare, remove it and just go simple. Anytime that we try to get clever with these things that are really super important in a track, they might sound good on one device or in one situation and maybe not so good on another one. And since you can't really predict all of those things, if you're using these tools and you're not like 100% sure of like what they're actually supposed to be used for or whatever, and you think they sound cool in that moment, make sure that you're testing that on different playback devices and stuff, because we're going to hear, people are going to perceive that differently, I think, in different situations. So, Jamie's saying, I don't think I messed with the stereo at all on the drums, so it might just be the way the drums are. Zealand and Art are saying the lead synth is really nice. Wish I could have followed it a bit easier volume-wise. Okay, so now I think this is where the piano really is more crucial, because the reason why we're not able to hear the lead synth very well is because of that piano and the reverb and whatnot. So that bit of feedback becomes a little bit more valuable here. Yes, you're pretty sure you did automate the automate. Okay, so the reverb amount, great. So then the next thing is the EQ on the reverb. So if the first thing, if your reverb is directly on the instrument, move it away to an auxiliary track and send your piano out to the auxiliary track, and then just take the reverberated signal from that auxiliary track and mix that back in to your music. Don't just put the reverb directly on your piano. It's kind of akin to putting a room in a snare instead of a snare inside of a room, right? Like one sounds kind of artificially inflated in weird ways, and the other one sounds like it belongs, like it was a recording from a room or something, right? So there's a pretty profound difference once you try the two. And then the other thing is put an EQ after the reverb on that auxiliary channel and restrict the frequencies that you're allowing back into your mix. Don't let all of them back into your mix. Let's just say somewhere between like 500 or 600 and 5 and 7K can be kind of your starting points for what you're going to work with for your reverb. So put a low end cut and a high end cut on that thing. So only those frequencies in the middle are getting through. And now listen, bring that back into the mix at a very low level, right? To bring the realistic kind of reverberated room effect to the piano. And now start to listen to what happens if you bring a little bit more frequency into the mix or a little bit more reverb volume into the mix, and find a good balance. Yeah, this would require going back into Ableton and making some variations. Absolutely. Something good saying, doing well at the cabin with the entire family. Ooh, that's nice. That's good. Official De Niro, absolutely. Yeah, you bet. Zeal and Andor are saying, this is exactly what I needed to hear. Reverb mix. Thank you. You're welcome, Zeal and Ardor. There are so many nuances to this conversation, but really you got to think about like, what is it that we're doing with reverb? And honestly, so many of the kind of mainstay processes that we talk about in every single stream and people use on every single track, like compression and reverb and stuff, you got to treat these things as kind of like a two-faced collaborator, if you will, right? And by that, I mean, they can be used as a utility and they can be used as an effect, right? Now, they don't have to be loaded as separate plugins to operate differently. It's really just about what you're doing with the parameters inside of the plugin from one moment to the next, right? But transitioning from using reverb as a utility, where you're just giving a sense of realism and room to a piano performance, to something that is now atmospheric and cinematic, right? Now we're just messing with the wet-dry balance, right? It's not that big of an operational difference making the that transition. But what is a big difference is just how the reverb is actually being applied, right? And the fact that you are now restricting all of those extra frequencies and everything. So when you are bringing it up as an effect, when you're leaving utility and you're going into effect, that it doesn't take over the project in some weird way, right? That it's really just kind of enhancing what you're going for. So, Jamie's saying the Reverb audio tool has the idea built in. It effectively sends to combined signals like an aux send without actually doing it. Yeah, so there are still differences to that. And we won't get too far into the weeds here, but just try it the other way and see how that sounds to you. Because it's the difference oftentimes between a real pro quality kind of outcome versus settling with what you're getting. You know what I mean? Yes, Rokusai saying effect for creative or mix correction. Yeah, absolutely. Zeal and Ardor saying, I have a maximalist approach and reduce versus deliberately adding it, like you said. Makes a ton of sense. All right, yeah, okay. On to the next. It's good to demystify these things, right? I know we're using a little bit of time here, but let's listen to this other one here. We got one more from Jamie saying this little dubstep remix here. Earthboy posted a 15-second dubstep clip and left remix on. So I flipped it into this thing. Okay, so now I'm curious. I want to go and listen. Ooh, that top, that little digital. Zzz, that was lovely. I like that flip. That was fun. That was fun. You gotta love it when someone leaves the remix button ticked. Yeah. Carolus says, just watched The Sixth Sense with Bruce Willis, and now I'm hearing things in my house. Fantastic. Are they dead? Oh, man. Roku's out here tasing people, man. He's like tossing on the sirens, setting down the donut, and tasing people. Man, watch out, people. Watch out. Endless, welcome in. Carolus, welcome in. Good to have you guys here. Happy Friday to you. Shall we move on? We got Speak Melon. That is good stuff. We love +3 loves any day. New guys come into the community. They're like, hey, is this Luffs? And everyone's just sitting there like, can't hear a damn thing anymore. They see people coming in the room. They have no idea they're being talked to or anything. There's This is called Flower Reflections. It's from Speak Melon. Let's go. Almost lost my tea. Zeal and ardor. Okay, Speak Mo, this is great. It's quite lovely. Serious come down from the dubstep. Um, this is supposed to say perk. Okay, so there's this one perk that's standing out. It has the little top end reflection on it. Maybe just a little bit of EQ on that top end, just to shave off a little bit of those highest frequencies to tame that just a little bit. And the only reason I say that is because the rest of this thing has this kind of contained, kind of understated kind of quality, right? What up, Endless? Thank you so much. Gotta respect the gazelle. Appreciate you, homie. So anyway, everything else kind of has this kind of contained, controlled, intentionally understated kind of appeal. And I think that that is the one outlier there. You're still going to have those frequencies present. They're just going to be tamed just a little bit, I think, in the most ideal kind of presentation of that sound. This art, I'm still staring at it. Like as I'm reading text off of this document here, I'm actually staring at this art. It's great. I'm not entirely sure what is happening in this shot, but it looks like maybe someone working in the garden. I'm not quite sure, but I really like this. It's really good. Watch the low end. I think the secondary hit is interesting. It's really cool the effect that it's having, but also I think there's a little bit too much sub presence in the kicks. Might just want to roll up the low end cutoff on the track as well, just to kind of tame. You know, when you get too much oomph and boom and something that's really meant to be kind of received as relaxing and gentle, there's a conflict there. And it has nothing to do with wanting your stuff to be warm or nice round bottom end or anything like that. What we're really knocking on the door of is our fight or flight reactions due to the infrasound effect of these low frequencies, right? These low frequencies in nature, these 30 and 20 hertz, these are produced by serious threats to our well-being for real. So they start to make us feel kind of uneasy, right? Where when we've got a little sub bass presence around 60 hertz or something like that, 80 hertz, and it's warming things up in the mix, that's totally different. And we're very much in the safe zone there. That's actually a comforting thing. Like that's kind of like a return to the womb kind of thing. That's great. But when you go under that, now we're starting to get into tension. So we need to remove that from this, I think. If this were a more cinematic thing and at some point it dipped into some sort of dissonant space in any way, then I would say leave it, but it doesn't. So I'd just say remove it, honestly. And it'll take away those feelings. The rain is nice at the end here. Yeah, it's really just about the numbers on the dial at that point, right? Like if you're not making horror or suspense or tension or anything like that, just roll those frequencies out entirely, because your music is also not using big sub bass in general, right? Effects or otherwise. So, all right, let's see what else we've got here. Corolla says, I miss low end. It's kind of there, but not there. Jokes on tinnitus already. Oh man. Rokusai saying the low end on this is actually a little wonky. It needs some carving. Zealand Ardor says this feels like a summer evening where the temp outside is just perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Like, hey, this is the first night where we don't have a hoodie on this whole season, right? Like, it's just perfect. I feel that. Rokusai is saying, hey, Corollas, I mean, I have no problem with a pressed mix where having a squash sound design happening in your track, but mix-wise, you want dynamics. That's what makes things feel big, not pushing luffs. It's a misconception. But if I show a real-life example, there are Jesus, Kieran became fantastic producers. Life is funny like that. Oh, yeah, that's actually true. Oh, wow. Something good. Where are you? You got a blizzard that hit you out of nowhere today. We've been having really wonky weather here. It's nothing like that. We're just going between like like freezing one day and almost summer the next, and then freezing the next day, and then like almost summer the next. It's really weird. Norway, that's right. Ooh, a Tesla crashed into your fence. It was whoa, what? What? Oh my gosh, dude. You're up in the mountains. Well, I hope you're okay. Yeah, was the Tesla on fire or was the happening fire? Yeah, man. We've always had a strong Norwegian contingency in the OMLAB community over the years. Well, I hope you're all are all right over there. Nilo, it is you. Let's do this. This is Living on Your Love. Let's go. Oh yeah, Far Horizon. And let's not forget Yor. Yor is never here during the live streams because he's out there doing his own thing. But like, I still consider Yor family. He was one of the folks that I built Sound Freaks with. He's a Dutch dude too.
Just like a baby boy in the wilderness, I'm searching for you, girl. I'll take a puppy's love and a sweet caress and save it for you, girl. Baby, doing without you, I'm wasted. Living on your love, girl. Baby, I'm so weak, don't you know that I am? And I'm still living on your love, girl.
Yo, okay, Nilo. I want this piano loop to have like a little texture on it to kind of match the aesthetic of the drums and the vocal sample that's here, right? It's got a little grit to it. Maybe just a little more texture on the piano to kind of align with that. Hearing that detune in the background is pretty cool. 35. Okay, so the piano, I feel like it can just use a little nuanced variation, unless it's just a loop. Then perhaps some subtle processing to affect the simple processes, like re-triggering it or reversals, or if you put that into a sampler, if it's a loop, if you put that into a sampler, you can chop it up. You can put different parts of that sequence on different keys, and then you can start to reimagine how this piano loop is hitting us over time. And that would probably really spice up this track in a positive way. Right now, it feels like not only is the piano driving the track, but it's very repetitious the way that it is. So here's what I would do. I would take a look at, if it's not a loop and you do have the ability to add some MIDI, great. Add some nuance variations to it, whatever kind you like that you think fits the music. Otherwise, make an attempt with the processing approach, or do it the old school manual way of going in there, bringing in your loop in your arrangement window and chopping that thing up maybe on the quarter notes or half notes or whatever, or half bars or whatever. And then just start moving stuff around a little bit, right? Start copying and pasting and moving these little region bits around until you start to come up with some really cool, funky little grooves. And then use those. I think it would really help. The other thing is at 213, really can't hear the strings. I know they're there because I can hear them, but they're so tiny. They're so tiny. So a volume mix. Just go through with a really critical ear after you kind of go through this again for the piano. Listen with a really critical ear. What elements am I hearing well? What elements am I not hearing well? If I'm not hearing them, do I need to move them to a different spot in the stereo field, or is it just a volume thing, or what, right? So sit down, talk with yourself out loud. If you don't mind sounding crazy, And I would agree with Rokusai, who's saying the strings, since strings can use a little bit of grit or saturation to give them more presence. Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. It'll help them sit up more upright and not be swallowed or covered up by that piano in the mix, for sure. Kirby Slice. Shall we? This is called Steel Requiem. Let's go. Ooh, really quick before I hit play. Kirby Slice saying, hey, for this track, I still am working on changing up the drops since it gets a bit redundant at the moment, but this is the general idea of the track and structure. Okay, let's roll. Yo, Kirby, dope, dude. This is a dope track. Drums are super clear and nice in the beginning. In the beginning, they're super ace. But as soon as the rest of the profile is really emerging for the track, the entirety of the palette of sounds, I think it's kind of quickly realized that the snare wants a little more heat, and then it becomes more evident that all the drums do in general. It like they kind of get buried in a couple of spots, and also they have a hard time cutting through consistently in other spots where they're not quite buried. So part of this, I think, is really just like sonic reinforcement, right? It's like they're not like really slouching. They're like not pathetic in any way. You know what I mean? But if they had like some, oh, like this, you know what I'm saying? Oh, like upright. So I think that's distortion. Like get something that's got a little bit more than just your basic saturation. It's got a little bit of grit and pound to it. You know what I mean? And then I think that helps it carry through the entirety of the song. It doesn't just align it timbre wise, aesthetically speaking, right? It really actually gives it more for us to hear. Okay, so this acid bass element that we're hearing periodically, it really fills out the profile. So minimal fills with it might be cool. This is at the like minute and a half mark or minute mark. 142. These impacts are cool. Wondering if you can layer them with another impact element that alternates every other hit. So as you have it right now, but every other hit, there would be another one that is layered with it that gives it deeper and greater spread in the mix with a slightly longer tail, right? And it would affect the timbre, right? And the perception of these hits. But what it would do is it would give it kind of this step effect, right? This right? You hear that difference? And just that slight variation is enough. I don't think you need more than that, but I think just having that slight variation, it does something to us as listeners, right? It kind of completes this kind of, when we're painting with these abstract brush strokes, we forget sometimes that what we're perceiving them as is maybe nowhere close to what other people will perceive them as. We have no idea what kind of day they're having, right? We have no idea where they're listening to this music, right? But when we add something that gives us control over each one of those sounds and how they're being delivered, that actually does give us a greater deal of control. It helps us kind of steer how this whole thing will be perceived by other people, right? 228, the Reese is getting buried a bit here and there. It's a good track. I think that part of the stuff disappearing here and there is just volume automation, not so much like a saturation thing. I think that really it's just the drums that are wanting the saturation, personally. All right, let's see what the chat is saying here. Oh, yeah. Something good saying, are those screamer monkeys? Gibbons or whatever? Who pissed off the robot elephant, says Zealander. Rokusai saying, Gibbons are awesome. I want one. Rokusai, do you want one just for the dramatic effect of having them near you all the time, or are you wanting them for, like, greedy sound design purposes? And both answers are fine. Something good says, they terrify me. Kirby says, hey, can you send these notes? You bet. I'll put them in a thread for you. You bet. Yeah, there you go. The Klanghelm from Rokusai, that link is great. That will help with the drums. That is what you need. He is right. That's good. Speak Melon. Amazing Luffs. Just up your alley. It's true. They can really belt out the Luffs. They really can. Oh, man. Something good says, hey, the writing on this is awesome. Rokusai saying, hey, this was in quite a nice place. Since it didn't carry a lot of harshness or honky tones. Yeah, I agree. I think if you dial in those drums, that's going to be a big thing. Rokusai says, no, I want one to cuddle. And also for sampling purposes. Yeah, I hear you. Something Good says, Rokusai, the type of dude to walk around with a parrot on his shoulder and a gibbon in his arms. What if the gibbon is actually riding on his back and the parrot is on the gibbon's shoulder? That way, Rokusai still has room for the Pikachu on his shoulder, you know? Oh gosh, what if I step on its tail? Oh no. Oh my goodness. Z4 is here. Caballo in the house. Shall we? This is going to be dope. I already know it. It's got a great name too. See how many times. See if you can say this name 5 times fast. You're going to have to read it yourself because I don't think I can say it once. There's Caballo. Let's roll. Dude, Caballo, this is dope. I love it. I love it. Super fresh. Just like heavily sample effect. It's so good. It's so good. It is real nice. Yeah, I think that's a no feedback track. I like that. Manamoo, it is you. Shall we? Let's see what you brought today. This one is Apollo S. Thank you, Caballo.
Wrong, so wrong. Leo isn't here. I work to get it done. Oh, done. Oh, I work to get it done. to get it done. Oh, I work to get it done. Oh, I work to get it done. I'm riding on the sun. Oh, till I'm done. Oh, I want to get it done. I want to get it done. All the secret life you hid away. All the secret life you hid away. I work to get it done. Oh, done. Oh, I work to get it done. Oh, get it done. Oh, I work to get it done. Oh,
Yeah. All right. Manamoo, Zeal and Ardor. I like this. Good, strong vocal. I think, couple things, because you were saying the mix is mud, but wondering about the arrangement and the vibe. The arrangement and the vibe are great. I think that this has legs, and it's absolutely worth being chased to the end. And what I'm about to say would require a little bit of work, but I think it'd be worth it. And I think that there's, if you're doing the mixing in this, then I think that there's a really good set of learning opportunities here for you. Okay. Keep your vocals exactly as they are and remix this music around it. Not remix, like make a remix of it, but like start the whole volume mix from scratch. Bring all the faders down to 0 and start bringing up those faders one at a time with a really like coherent, intentional mindset of nothing touching the loudness, nothing meeting the loudness of that vocal, right? Everything needs to come second to that vocal. So you're going to mix this in order of importance, right? You're going to mix this in priority. What is the second loudest element in this mix to you? Like only you can answer these questions, right? What is the third loudest element in this mix to you? Right? Now, element could be the entire drum kit. It doesn't have to be the snare drum or the kick, right? So as long as the drum set, that the whole drum and percussion ensemble, that whole sub mix is mixed well and it's balanced together, that can be one element, right? But the reason why I recommend going and doing a new volume mix on this is because it felt a little bit arbitrary to me. Like if you were to go back and do another volume mix from scratch without looking at any notes from the first time through, you might come up with a different mix. That's what I mean by arbitrary. Not that like you did a bad job or anything. I think it's pretty close. But I think that it can be better. And I think that if you were to go through it again, you're probably going to recognize things that you didn't recognize the first time through, or hear things you didn't hear the first time through. And you're going to account for that in your decision making. And you're going to come up with a slightly different mix. And then when you listen to those two and you compare those two together, you're going to start learning some things. You're going to start recognizing some things. If you repeat this process again, you're probably going to start understanding that the more you actually focus and listen to the subtle, like the super subtle nuances that make up these sounds, the more you can actually hear the sounds. I know that sounds a little weird. The more you hear the sounds, the more you can hear the sounds. But the more you intently listen to sounds, the more nuanced details will emerge. And that's kind of what you need to have happen for something that's like really emotionally stirring and stuff, to like really hit all the right points. So that's what I recommend. The other thing is recognizing what's happening with your signals and processing, like when clipping is occurring or when something is feeling a little too hot in a mix, responding to that and then bringing those things down and everything else around it, right? So everything, if you move one thing, it'll probably mean other things get moved eventually as well. So that's why I recommend just doing this from scratch again, the volume mix, and see what you come up with. I think it might be a little eye-opening. Other than that, I would bring the low end cutoff up to 50 hertz, 6 dB per octave. You don't need any frequencies under that, really. There's some clipping present on the vocals at 114 that you can hear. So do attend to that, because I was saying leave your vocals as is, but there's that one moment where you can hear it's going a little hot. I think that's actually just from the limiting that you've got there for the masterwork. Loudness. Oh, I already just said that. I don't need to read that. We're good. We're done. That's it. All right, let's see what other people are saying in the chat here. Zendremic, take care, homie. Appreciate you. Zeal and Ardor is saying, absolutely willing to work. I'll definitely try that. There really is no feel for what is important. I think gain staging from 0 is a very good idea. Thank you for taking the time. Yeah, no, I guess by priority, it's not about like your personal preference of the sound. I'm talking about the function of the sound. Are you wanting this to be a bass-heavy, bass-driven song or not? If the bass is supposed to be in the back seat and it's supposed to be supportive and just helping keep pace and give a little bit of gravity to the moment, then bring it down a good 8-10 dB, like to start, maybe 12 dB, right? But if you do want this to be a bass-heavy song, like driven by bass and vocals, then it's not going to come down that much. You know what I mean? So having that conversation with yourself actually is kind of important. You may not feel like you have priorities with these sounds, but you do. You just got to have that conversation, kind of tease it out of yourself, I think. All right, so next one. Martins. Let's do it. This one is Barking Continues, Ghost. Martin's remix. Let's go.
Black eyes behind the tree. Every move I know they follow me. Dressed all in white on my own. I'm so done playing hide and seek. Break out of the apathy. You see through my skin and it turns cold. Just a cold. Just a cold. I'm just a ghost. I'm just a ghost. I'm just a ghost.
Oh, oh, oh.
I'm just a ghost. I'm just a ghost. I'm just a ghost. I'm just a
That was really good. That was really, really good. Martins, man, solid. Solid. Bass down a touch. Sub bass pitch drop in the intro up a bit. And also saturated a touch to help it land on smaller playback devices. Because I think it might struggle just a little bit. The drums mix come down a bit, I think. Then hats down an additional couple dB. It's beating the vocal. But then also, right after that, so this is at like the 1:30 mark. But then after that, at 1:48, here the hats feel fine. And the kick is a touch too loud. So I think there's a need for a little volume automation and the drums to help them find their level throughout. Because it's not a static position kind of track. In fact, if this were being mixed on a big board in a studio, you would see the faders constantly moving. This is one of those tracks where you would love to actually be present for when you're watching this whole thing get mixed down. So you could actually see what's happening with all the levels of your things. 'Cause it's a lot. There's a lot of change over time happening here. 251, at 243, really cool little breakdown here. 251, coming out of that, it could maybe use something like a little suck back or quick reversal or something to help define the moment. There was a small amount of confusion in the return there, in that transition. So just adding a subtle element that just, it compartmentalizes a few things, right? It recognizes that we've created temporal confusion and we're going to bring you back to normal. And the sound of us coming back to normal, that sound of the reversal sound coming, that is the audio cue. That's the countdown to normal for the listener, right? So putting one of those in there, and it doesn't have to be top level. It can be something that's very much tucked under everything else. But just having that tiny little can be the difference between confusion and exacting, like precision, brilliance, and what? So just for the sake of saying all that out loud, that's what we got. And I actually don't see you in the chat right now. Oh, there you are. Yes, you are. You are working, but still listening to the stream. Well, I hope you're doing well, dude. And I hope all this makes sense. I'm going to put this into a thread anyway, since you are at work. Because you're probably not as tuned in as you wish you could be. Good stuff, dude. I hope to hear more from you soon. Have a good day at work. All that jazz. All right, Infested. DJ Sasquatch, welcome in. Corolla's saying, hey, this is my type of beat. I love this light D&B. Far Horizon's here. Welcome in, homie. How you doing? Saying, this is sick. Endless saying, right? So nice and clean. Yeah. Martin saying, yeah, I mix the drums always the same. There's no change to the volumes, and it should. I'll look into that. Thanks. Yeah, that's probably your next area of level up then, is if you're not doing it to your drums, you might not be doing it to other elements in your mix, and your stuff has always felt really, really good. This is going to be one of those things that is going to be felt more than heard by a lot of people, and it's going to feel like kind of a a, a profound gelling of your work when you do this. It's good stuff. Infested says, I'm working the night shift, so been lurking all night. Nice. Swedish incoming, by the way. Just a heads up. Infested says, it's in Swedish, and it's a song for a 40th birthday. Basically just saying, let's party. And you're old. Nice. This one's called 1986. Let's go.
Och nu fyller du ju år igen. 1986 var så länge sen. Du är lika mycket bror som en vän. Så nu skålar vi och firar igen. Och nu fyller du ju år igen. 1986 var så länge sen. Du är lika mycket bror som en vän. Så nu skålar vi och firar igen.
Yeah, Infested. I mean, this is absolutely great, dude. This is a fantastic birthday song. And I love that you're always bringing stuff by that you're making for your wife on these days, man. It's great. It's just fantastic. Oh, it's for your brother. It's for your brother. Sorry, I thought it was for your wife. It's for your brother. I just take that off there then. Seriously, though, like, who wouldn't want a custom-made birthday song? Like, that's absolutely fantastic. And I can't tell what you're actually saying in the track, but I bet it's really awesome. I bet it's going to make them smile and laugh. So, yeah, a bit like Instant Crush by Daft Punk. Yeah. Yeah. It is totally a groove, right? Yeah. It also has just like a touch of the Devo kind of silliness in it. I can tell. I can kind of feel it. Even though I can't understand what's being said. I like it. Keep it the way it is, Infested. That's the song you tried to mimic. Well, you did it. Did it. Ooh, Far Horizon is here. Every once in a while, Far Horizon will send me something just to listen to. And he sent several through while I had all of the construction happening with the roof project. It helped keep me sane. I appreciate you, Far Horizon. All right, if you're sitting there wondering, hey, should I put something in the queue today? Should I be heard? Do it now or don't do it at all. I'm going to close the queue after we listen to this. So, everybody hold on tight. It's Far Horizon time. Vampire, Ghost Baby, and Far Horizon. Oh, collab time. Let's do this. Welcome in, Comeback. Welcome in, Nuva. Here it comes. It is playing. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, this is lovely. Master this one. That's it. Like, this is so good. I really love the pace. And it just leaves you feeling affected, you know? That was good. That was good. Go master this one. No feedback track. Just like that. All right, I'm going to close the queue and I'm going to do this. Don't worry. If you're in the queue, we're listening to you. Don't you worry. I'm just going to turn on this background music. I'm going to go hit the bathroom really quick and I'm going to be right back. So don't you go anywhere. It's a good time to download your free sounds if you are currently subscribed to the Twitch streams. You get free sounds each month. All right, queue's closed. I'll be back in just a minute and we will listen to Anush. Welcome back, Rokusai. I'll be right back. we're back. Shall we jump right back in? I say yes. Okay, I think we were with Anush here. Let's do this. Far Horizon, that was a great track. We just heard from you. This one is Anuva, Don't Take Me Home. Let's go.
If you go down, go all night long. Messing it up, don't call my phone. Turn it up loud, the bass so strong. Messing it up, don't take me home. If you go down, go all night long. Messing it up, don't call my phone. Turn it up loud, the bass so strong. Messing it up, don't take me home. Messing it up, don't take me home. Take me home, take me home. Take me home, take me. Messing it up, don't take me home. Take me home, take me home. Take me home, take me. Messing it up, don't take me home. I don't wanna go home. I don't wanna. If you go down, go all night long. Messing it up, don't call my phone. Turn it up loud, the bass so strong. Messing it up, don't take me home. If you go down, go all night long. Messing it up, don't call my phone. Turn it up loud, the bass so strong. Messing it up, don't take me home. Messing it up, don't take me. Take me home, take me home. Take me home, take me. Messing it up, don't take me home. Take me home, take me home. Take me home, take me. Messing it up, don't take me home.
Yo, Anush, this is great. I mean, this is basically a no feedback track at all. It's fantastic. It's got great production work. It's solid arrangement, good mix, fantastic energy. The palette of sounds that you're working with is fantastic. It's super aligned with the genre. Great vocal samples. I feel like you totally are in touch with the genre. It's good stuff. Sounds professional, yeah. Something Good says, make it longer. Corolla says, this is insanely good, man. Yeah. Yeah. Bass felt just a touch loud in spots. Otherwise, this is feeling really, really super good. Rokusai says, would love to hear some subtle volume automation on all the tracks just to emphasize your good elements. Good track, though. Comeback 322 says, I think it's boring in places and the drops need to be diversified. What do you think? Well, I think that the music that we're hearing here is pretty darn complete, honestly. I think that if you were to approach the same song, you would probably do it differently, but someone else made it is the thing. But I think that what we have here is a pretty complete track. And it's all put together pretty darn professionally well. Creative decisions aside, like styles of transitions aside, I think that this is pretty solid. You can basically ship this. I do agree with Rokusai about making individual tracks move. And I personally felt the bass was a little loud in a couple of spots, but that is an indicator of like it's fine in other spots, right? So that's a good volume automation fix right there, right? That's a good use of volume automation. Yeah, I would agree with this. Rokusai is saying if the track would be longer, you want some changes, but with this length, that's as good as it is. Yeah, exactly. The mid bass or the sub bass? That is a good question. It's the sub bass that I was feeling that about, actually, not the mid bass. I think that this personally, I think this has a great deal of commercial value in like sync licensing specifically. I think that if this was going to be like just for the club and just for the radio, absolutely longer, absolutely more, give me something that we're not getting from other people in the genre right now. But at a buck 44, at a minute 44, I think that this has a great deal of commercial sync value and that it would get used a lot. I can think of many, many placements that this would be really well aligned for. So yeah, if commerce is your only goal, then it's pretty near gold. Honestly, I think the biggest thing to dial in for the next one would be very controlled volume automation, like what both Rokusai and I are saying, right? And that's basically just to tighten it even further, right? Because what you've created is a real nice, like well refined sound, and it's going to get a lot of license use because it is kind of at a standard, right? Like what you're hearing is what is expected. The loudness, the transition styles, all of that kind of stuff is what is expected, and it's very mainstream. It's kind of like right down the middle. So if you did start to get a little bit more creative or loosey-goosey or experimental in any other area, you're going to lose a lot of those customers by way of becoming more specific, right? So the more specific and unique you become, the less appealing you are to the mainstream volume usage of licenses across the board, right? So Rokusai says for TikTok car guys, this would be good sync material. Sure, yeah. Fashion show commercials, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you guys are spot on with that. There's lots of stuff that it could be good for, and it's yeah, I think it's pretty well made. And if you don't have a portfolio cooking already, and don't already know this, 2026 is like the year of the stems, man. So if you're out there and you're producing music like this, I would really encourage you to bounce out a few different versions of this and then stem it out as well and include that all in your downloads, and you'll probably triple or quintuple your sales in total year over year, or the entire year. Just because that content is so in demand. It's not just because customers are becoming more savvy. It does have to do with AI, but we don't need to go into all of it. But just know that people wanting more of your work and having a little bit more granular control over it is the desire this year. So Rokusai says, become specific like me, and after 25 years, I only still have 50-ish followers. Come back, you are welcome. High fashion uses more avant-garde and boutique sounds. It depends. That highly depends, WMB. It highly depends because fashion is that's a global thing. It really depends. And when we're talking fashion, you need to realize that that includes everyone with a news feed. Right? Which is hilarious because news feed, that's Instagram and Facebook. You know what I mean? So if someone posts a video that they want to have fashion energy with, they're going to grab that music and they're going to pay the same exact money as anyone else. So there's literally just thousands of people that will want to use that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Regardless of the couture alignment. All right. Something good. You are here. It's probably not long enough. I'm going to click on it. 129. Let's do this. I hope you're well. Yeah. Yeah. There's so many things that I like about this. I love that you went in a different direction. And it's totally not your normal style, but I really, really like this. Your drunk Easter beat. A little less sub in the kitchen. Yeah, Corollas, right? Feels very fresh. Yeah, I like this, dude. I want to hear more of this kind of stuff. I do. I want to hear more of this kind of stuff from you. This is good. Yeah, Speak Melon likes this too. What do you think of this one, Rokusai? Or are you still wrapped up in your Sydney Sweeney moment over there? Something Good says, yeah, low end, especially with heavy kicks, 808s, is a nightmare for me. Well, that's what we're here for, you know? This is freaking hot, though. I like this, dude. I like this. You sat down, you made something really original. It was nice. It's good stuff. More. We want more. Always more. We're greedy like that. Right? Every damn Friday. Be here. I like this art here. Another one today, but only if you have time, says Speakmon. Let's go. This one is Distant Steps. Let's go. Okay, Speak Mel, this is fantastic. I love this. I would like it. I would like to hear a version where the ARP is responding to this new synth arriving, and it's no longer this big main element. Something else is, and it's going down. It's not staying where it is. Does that make sense? And then also the reverb, I think, comes down as well. Like maybe just the wet dry is kind of pulled back at the same rate as the volume, and it's like this kind of slow retreat. And then when it comes out from that, it comes up in tandem again, the reverb and the volume. And the reason why I say that is because I think it would bring a great deal of clarity to this. You're still going to get the commingled timbre responses in the output, but you're going to have, I think, a greater amount of balance. I think that's just what I'm hearing in my mind's ear as I'm listening to this. But I really like this piece. I love how simple it is and the pace at which it's moving and the space that you're letting it all unfold. Yeah. Let's see what people in the chat are saying right now. Oh, they're on a EQ kick in the chat right now. So I think it's just us, man. I think that's my feedback on this one. Yeah, I really like that. That one left me in kind of a heady space. Um, so really good job with the frequency mixing and the timbre selection with those synths and the amount of reverb you're using to make them kind of sustain as long as they are. It's quite nice. Excellent, excellent. Glad that it vibes with you. Hmm. Rokusai, getting tired of that Fab Filter sound. All right, Linuk, this one is you. Let's go. This pigeon is wearing Converse, you guys. All right, got feedback for you here. I'd watch out for the highest frequencies, these digital frequencies, and the kind of lurking resonance that's in the greater ambience of this piece. There's a loudness and some harsh frequencies that will keep this down a bit right now, I think. So finding a way to balance the noise and the harmonics will be the key. And controlling the reverb and saturation is like super, super essential when inflating everything with limiting too, right? So if everything is going to get slammed up to loudness with a limiter at the end, it's fine, but we've got to kind of contain things before we do that, or else whatever is harsh or potentially harsh going into it will absolutely be harsh on the other side, right? So, I mean, this is kind of fringe music anyway, but we want to get as many ears on it as possible and keep them on it for as long as possible once you do capture their attention, right? So you do have to find a way to pull out some of the pain points, right? So around 2K, around 5K or so, there are some known pain points, right, with resonance. So what you can do is kind of go to those points and bring down a couple of notches and get a little bit of relief there, right? But going through all of this with intention, with like greater intention track by track, paying attention to what kind of resonance, noise levels are there, and then taking stock of how am I processing the sound and in what order do I have all of my plugins, right? For a track like this, you want to make sure that your reverb is probably almost exclusively in being applied in parallel fashion, not directly to the sound, and that your saturation is happening before any reverb is taking place, not after. Same with your other time-based effects like chorus or delay. And that's just simply because those things really stack up and compound upon one another over time in a big mix. So if you're going to have several bright or harsh kind of frequencies reverberated and then saturated, it's going to be too much. So you put the saturation before that reverberation, and now we can kind of quell that a bit. And we have a little bit more control over how much of that is actually influencing the entire listening experience, because the reverb is on a parallel channel and we can mix that into taste, right? So I think that's probably the way forward to find the comfort in this one, right? And kind of step away from the discomfort where we're sitting right now. I really like the vibe, the theme of this one, and I like where the bass is going in this, and I really like the kind of digital soundscape that you're putting up behind it. It's really just about the harshness in between those things. Zeroing in on those things, if you will. All that making sense? Just scrolling through the chat here really quick to see if other people have stuff to put in on this. Not really. They're still going on their FabFilter conversation over here. You bet. You bet. Yeah, I am sure. These guys, they are nerding, aren't they? Yeah, I'm sure that whatever you bring next will probably incorporate some of whatever you're learning from this situation right here, because like resonance is just tricky in general, right? But floating resonance is even trickier. So keep track of what you're learning from this one. Eli, you are up next. This one's called Deeper. Let's go. All right, Eli, here's what I got for you. Try not to distort the lowest sub frequencies. I would split the band and only distort the lowest frequencies above your next lowest element. So like around 100 hertz or something. And then just don't distort the bass below that, right? So what that's going to do is going to give you a very stable foundation that the rest of your track can deal with, and it's going to rough up the part of the sound that we actually can hear, right? And that's going to help it stand out in the mix. Now, the key to working with the sound now that is roughed up and stands out in the mix is to then bring it down, right? And to make sure that if we do have reverberation around that, that it's really minimal, because these are really, really low frequencies we're talking about. And anything significant in the realm of reverberation or delay with those bass frequencies is going to kind of wreak havoc in your mix. Okay, so first thing to do is remove the distortion from the lowest sub frequencies, and then the next is to batch process the sounds in your instrumental mix. Your vocals seem to be good, but piano and other elements that are in the instrumental mix are very much just kind of swallowed or obscured by the distorted bass, right? By that kind of overwhelming low end. So we just got to bring that down, remove that distortion, like I said, and then we got to deal with the compression separately. Like, just remove that bass from the compression conversation totally, right? Everything else now that is being run through that compression, one, it should be compressed for a reason, and two, you should be able to hear those things now, because a compressor, all it's doing is waiting for a signal to come in, hit a threshold, and then turn down the volume, right? So if signal comes in and reaches that threshold, it brought down the volume of everything else in your mix. Now that that bass isn't there to trigger that compressor into action, those sounds should actually stay up in the mix, right? And you'll have totally different settings in that compressor now because of that. So you'll have to redo that. But your mix will sound better for it. Endless says, save me for last. You got it. You got it. All right. Let's move on. We're skipping past Endless. We're going to Squatch. DJ Sex Squatch. That's a great name. It's good. IDGAF. Ooh. You okay over there, Rokusai? I'm going to turn this all back up for everybody. So Sex Squatch, that was fantastic. The music is amazing. I also turned everything down by like half. And we're still getting comments. So here's what I suggest. Bounce this out at a more reasonable LUFS level. And then it won't be turned down by the listeners and the streaming services before they start taking it all in. You know what I'm saying? Because it's really, really good music. Like, you have really put out something awesome here. Your modulation schemes are fantastic. And the palette of sounds that you're working with is great. All of it is on point. But it's just the loudness. Because what are people going to do with that? You know what I mean? It's going to be too much, because when they turn it down, even on the lowest setting, it's already going to be so different than everything else in their list. You know what I'm saying? So I know that, and I'm not meaning like to come across as a dick or anything. This is all coming from the heart, from a good place to help you have better experience with listeners. Because when we get caught up in producer circles and we're kind of in this kind of feedback chamber of loudness with other people, kind of competing for the sake of competing, you're completely disregarding what the 99.9999% of the rest of the world really thinks when they're listening to music. And it's not that they're old or they don't get it or anything. It's just that it's just too much for the large majority of people. And then the other thing that comes with that is that it's basically forcing the platforms that are delivering this music to the listeners. It's forcing them to affect it before it ever reaches your listeners. So yeah, I'd really encourage you to bounce this a little bit less extra. It's still going to be just as impressive. It'll just be a little bit better received, I think, across the board. That said, really great work getting this mix so flippin' clean that you can even get it to this kind of loudness, because it's super impressive, right? I mean, I know that clippers are doing a lot of the work, but still, yeah, for real. Rokusai says, my headphone drivers are now part of my ear channel. To put it in perspective, Sex Squatch, we have half as many viewers as we did before we hit play. So the music, as great as it is, the loudness will drive people away, regardless of what the producer circles will tell you. So, really good music. Foff, this is you. It's called Emeralds. Let's listen. And let me make sure that we are up here. Okay, let's go. Yo, Carolus, this is so good. It's obviously a no feedback track. Like there's this one thing at around 140 where I'm like, I don't know, like that offset stab, like if it was brought down like a dB and a half right here, like that might be the sweet spot. But that's just like me sitting there with my hand on the fader. You know what I mean? Like, what's this? Now what's this? Now what's this? Now what's this? This is basically a no feedback track, man. And I'm sorry you can't make anything now. You've either broken yourself completely by making something way too good, like you tricked the universe. You maybe weren't one of these simple humans that was ever supposed to achieve this kind of greatness, and you broke it completely. You're now being penalized. Or it'll return in a couple of days and you'll be fine once you return to Earth. It's fine. It's fine. Sometimes you don't realize it, but you make something really, really great and you're sitting in a different stratosphere for a while. You just don't even realize you haven't come back down yet. And like, you're like, why can't I connect with anything back on Earth? I can't do any of the normal awesome things I could do 2 days ago before I made this thing. But it's because you're sitting in a totally different headspace and potentially maybe even like halfway into a different dimension or something. You know what I mean? Yeah. Rokusai has good advice. He says, just go make some noise. Like just make some sound. Make some sound. Don't make music. Make some sound. Just go do a thing. Don't give yourself any pressure or expectation of making a thing. Just go do the thing. Rokusai says, I work with music for about 50 hours a week, Carolus, but only write on my own songs for perhaps 1 or 2 hours a week. That's it. Yet those 2 hours are hyper productive since I know what I want and I have made sounds that could perhaps fit with it. Yeah, this is Rokusai like salivating, like waiting. He's like, oh, I can't wait until 10. When it turns 10, when that clock turns 10, I can start putting all these ideas into effect. Clock hits 10 and he's like a madman over there. Adding all of the things, changing all of the things that he's thought about for the last 2 days. Brilliant. All right. Lamb, it is you. Oh, Sex Squash, no worries at all, man. I just saw your post here. All good. All good. Lamba, it is you. This one is Everybody Last Check. So let's roll with this one. Yes, Corollas, absolutely. Rhythm is a dancer type beat, right? Rokusai saying very classic 2009 house feel, good production. Absolute banger, says Corollas. 100%. I agree. Really good stuff. Okay, so a couple things. There's a panning effect on the backing vocal in a couple of spots. This could translate a little weird in mono and on some devices. So you might want to consider using a tremolo in zero phase so it isn't affecting the sides, just the volume. The panning can still remain in the reverb channel without ill effect, I think. 235, it's just got to be said that this moment is just, it's everything. It's super infectious. Like as this is playing in the club, every single body in the entire building is moving. It's really good. That's really good. Absolute banger, 100%. All right, we've got this one from Endless. Endless. There you are. Endless. Endless here saying this is a mashup just to DJ with, so like 80% not my sounds, but I just can't be satisfied with the mix, especially the contact bass just doesn't seem to sit right. Okay, this is How to Feel. Let's listen. Okay. Endless. So yes, the bass, it's punchy and loud for the mix. I'd bring it down, and let it sit in a more supportive position in general. There's a couple of other things happening here. There's the repeating vocal loop. It's a bit distracting from the main vocals in the current position and loudness. I'd bring it down quite a bit, and leave it maybe closer to center so it's not pulling our attention from over here. It's maybe grabbing from here or here or here, somewhere that's a little bit closer. And then maybe the reverb channel is panned out a bit from there. So it sounds more expansive still, and it's still touching the side where you've got it. But the source, the origin signal for it is not in that spot. That might feel a little bit better. Okay, so 202. This is a really good opportunity to look at the loudness of the bass. I think it's probably, I don't know, like maybe 15 dB too loud or something like that. Like it's a pretty significant thing. Maybe 12 to start. But bring it down and take it from this kind of lead position down to a supportive position. 225, the vocals are kind of competing a bit here. It felt like the backing vocals were trying to maintain the same kind of position in the mix that the lead vocal is. I just don't think it's really appropriate for what is happening, right? So I'd bring those down at least 6 dB, maybe 8, right? And let them sit in a backing vocal position. And now I think we've got more of a vocal ensemble kind of feel rather than like a competition. But mostly what I hear is the need for more volume mixing. So the palette of sounds is solid and the arrangements of the mashup is good, but the basses are off. It's too loud. When we hit this point around the 3-minute mark or so, we're hearing a huge amount of sub frequencies in the bass. So just roll up the EQ tighter. Let's just eliminate a lot of those frequencies entirely. We don't need any of those. At 339, you can hear that the bass goes up an octave. And then it really stands out in a different way, right? So if we're going to make a jump like that, we've got to make an adjustment to the loudness at the same exact time. It's got to happen in tandem. It's just a compensation, really, for its ability to be heard more easily in the mix. So if it's going to jump up an octave, we're going to bring it down like 8 dB and see if that kind of counters it, or somewhere in that neighborhood, right? At 448, this ARP just stands out as just being really harsh and loud, and it's got a lot of resonance in it. So I'd bring that way down, and I'd sweep it for resonance around the pain points, around 2, 5, 7K, and see what you can pull out of there to kind of bring that back into alignment. But you're right, the bass is kind of standing out as like kind of a big culprit here. It's really just EQ and volume to fix it, though, I think. So, Endless says, heard on the volume, been struggling with it for so long. It's nice to hear someone else saying it. All right, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, sometimes you just got to get it in front of someone else or hear it through their speakers or something before things are making enough sense for you to just be like, okay, now I know what's happening. I know what's going on here. I know what I need to fix. Like I was saying before, if you are currently subscribed to the channel, you get free sounds every single month. Currently, in the subscriber rewards channel is... Oh yeah, that's right. It's Granular Toppers. So, go grab Granular Toppers. If you have not done that already, I'll put a new pack for you guys up there next week. So you have a couple days to download this one. Background music. I made you guys fresh background music. Let's go see... You are welcome, Endless. Let's go see really quick who is streaming right now. Because we've been at this for 4.5 hours, and I should get up and move around and do all that stuff. Who's online right now? Let's go see. Blazin Beats? Dude, I didn't know Blazin was on right now. Let's go say hi to him. He's only got a few people in there. Let's go. I appreciate you guys. We're going to have some changes to the streaming schedule in general, coming up soon. I'm not sure exactly when it's all going to take effect. But like through the summer, probably, we're going to go down to just Feedback Fridays. So we'll keep production streams going for a little while longer. So I will see you next week. And I will let you guys know on the Discord if I'll see you both Monday and Wednesday or just Wednesday. I'll let you know. But until then, I hope you all stay inspired and work on some good stuff and show up with it again next week on Friday for some feedback. And let's go see what Blazin is up to. I will catch you guys after the weekend on the other side. Peace out. Appreciate you.